without a permanent Israeli presence. He also said that the Israeli Navy had destroyed the Syrian fleet on Monday. Well, the IDF has been hitting targets in Syria for the past few days. This footage here shows the remains of the Syrian Navy destroyed in Latakia on the Mediterranean. Russia also has an airbase in the area. The port itself was not destroyed. Well, Sky News has a team in the northeast of Syria near Qamishli, where we filmed strikes there overnight. Well, over the weekend, Israel expanded its territory in the Golan Heights. That's a region of Syria taken by the Israelis in 1967. The IDF now has a presence on the Syrian side of Mount Hermon in a move that the Israeli Foreign Minister described as necessary to prevent an October the 7th scenario. Overnight, the Israelis struck Syrian air bases in an effort to destroy the Syrian Air Force. The Arqba air base was hit in Damascus, as well as a centre for electronic warfare and the Barzeh Scientific Research Centre, which has been linked to the production of chemical weapons. The Shinshar base near the city of Homs was also targeted, and our team in Qamishli captured the moment the airbase there was hit too. Well, the UN Special Envoy for Syria has called reports of Israel's incursion into the country troubling and appealed for civilians to be protected. Geir Pedersen said the situation is still uncertain.
A very troubling development. We are continuing to see Israeli movements and bombardments into Syrian territory. This needs to stop. This is extremely important.
Well, our international correspondent Alex Rossi reports now from Qamishli.
Now, I have been told by security sources here that the strikes that we witnessed last night, we saw flashes of orange, large explosions on the horizon, and secondary explosions continued for at least 30 to 40 minutes, and we'll show you exactly the reason for that in a minute. But they say that those strikes were carried out by the Israelis, and this is what we saw last night. The Qamishli regime base is 2, possibly 3 kilometres in that direction. This is one of the main roads out, and a convoy carrying ammunition and weapons was struck, and it was struck repeatedly. If you look down here, there's more trucks past that. In the back of this truck, you can see the anti-tank mines. We, of course, saw all of them exploding. Now, on the floor all around us is unexploded ordnance and exploded ordnance, shell casings, mortars. Have a look down here. This is a rocket, a 107mm rocket. It shows when it was made, the date, 2018. Interestingly, the writing, of course, is in English. Some of the ammunition that we've seen is clearly Soviet, but the ammunition we're seeing seems to have come from all sorts of places. But this ammunition, we know, was held at the regime base.
Now, the British government has paused decisions on asylum claims from Syrians while it assesses the situation there. The Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, gave us this update a short while ago.
Germany, France, Belgium and the Netherlands and ourselves have all paused asylum decisions because people were claiming against the Assad regime. They were claiming asylum from the Assad regime. That is no longer in place. So it would not be appropriate for us to be taking those asylum decisions. But we don't yet know how things are going to play out. We will need new guidance for Syria for making those asylum decisions, but we need to monitor what happens at the moment so that we can make for progress going forwards.
Now to the United States, and police in New York say that the suspect in the shooting of Brian Thompson is a coward, not a hero. The boss of United Healthcare was gunned down outside a hotel in Manhattan 5 days ago. The manhunt for his killer ended with the arrest of 26-year-old Luigi Mangione. Mangione has now been charged with murder. Well, here's what we know about him. Police say he was born and raised in Maryland and has links to San Francisco and Hawaii. He's the grandson of a property developer and the cousin of a current Maryland state legislator. After studying at a private all-boys school, he attended one of America's top colleges, the University of Pennsylvania, where, according to his social media, he studied computer science. Our US correspondent James Matthews is in Pennsylvania, and a warning, James's report does contain some flash photography.
Unmasked, under guard. This was Luigi Mangione last night. The hunt for America's most wanted ended in shackles and in court. Police are confident the 26-year-old engineer is the New York assassin, the gunman who shot United Healthcare Chief Executive Brian Thompson. Mangione was arrested 300 miles from the murder scene. Public information appeals got a bite here in Altoona, Pennsylvania, at a McDonald's restaurant.
I was wondering why all these policemen were out here, and there was a guy in the corner.
Their fears are unnecessary, God willing. The country will be rebuilt. The fear was from the presence of the regime. The country is moving towards development and reconstruction. It's going towards stability. People are exhausted from war. So the country isn't ready for another one, and it's not going to get into another one. The source of our fears was from the Iranian militias, Hezbollah and the regime which committed the massacres we are seeing today. So their removal is the solution for Syria. The current situation won't allow for a return to panic.
Let's go to the Syrian capital now and bring in our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn. Dom, so how will al Jolani's words be received, do you think?
Well, I think it'll be interesting to see how they go down in the West. This is an extraordinary scoop because he's not spoken to foreign media at all since his extraordinary victory over Bashar al Assad. And I think what he says is crucial potentially for Syria's future. Al Jolani, of course, is the man who took an al-Qaeda based organisation, turned it into a ragtag rebel army and then transformed that into a fighting force capable of taking on the Syrian army and its Iranian and Russian backers, taking Aleppo, Hama, Homs and Damascus in the kind of lightning whirlwind advance that we kind of associate with the Arab conquerors of old. So he is revered here as an extraordinary national hero. But in the West, he's regarded with suspicion because of those al-Qaeda roots and because he's from an organisation, HTS, still a proscribed terrorist organisation in Western countries, including the UK. But clearly, if he is the power behind the throne, if not the de facto leader of Syria, because a new government has been appointed today, he is considered to be really the major power in the land, then he's someone that the outside world will need to work out what to do with. Syria is a desperately poor country after 50 years of misrule under the Assad regime and 13 years of civil war. As he says in that exclusive interview with Sky, it needs to rebuild and redevelop, and it is simply exhausted. So he says there's no fear of a further civil war here, and that's been actually confirmed or echoed amongst the Syrians we've spoken to here. When you say, are you afraid of chaos following this revolution, as we've seen in other Arab Spring countries, they say, I just feel that Syria's had enough. Syrians can't go back to that kind of conflict, whatever concerns they have about this extremist organisation as it's seen by many. But his message to the West is they have nothing to fear. He says their fears are unnecessary. So it's a conciliatory tone, and I think it will be obviously crucial to him, his nascent post-revolutionary government, but also for the country as well, how the West responds to it. So it's a kind of olive branch, if you like, to Western countries. Israel's already decided not to give him the benefit of the doubt. They're worried about the possibility of chemical weapons or strategic weapons, as the Israelis have called it, falling into the hands of these Syrian rebels. And they have been bombarding this country round the clock pretty much with airstrikes, taking out air bases, and military installations, and a number of places that do seem to be actually more industrial than military. We went to one site today where Syrians around there said it was simply a industrial plant, not a chemical weapons facility, which may be what the Israelis at least say they thought it was. They've also sunk, it seems, the Syrian Navy. But other countries, I think, aside from Israel, are now working out exactly what to do with Syria. Now that Assad has gone, the country's been a pariah nation for at least the last decade, if not before that. And apart from Iranian and Russian backers, the colonizers, as al Jolani phrases and characterizes them, it has been isolated by the West. And therefore, if this country, which is embracing a salvation government, so not just a revolutionary government, certainly that's what they're saying, is to have a chance of rebuilding and redeveloping and recovering from half a century of abusive misrule, then it will be crucial how the outside world responds to that message and further diplomatic outreach from the Jolani government.
Absolutely. OK, Dom, for now, in Damascus, thank you for that. You're watching Sky News today, and still to come. Tragic twists in the story of Abby Humphries, the woman abducted from hospital as a newborn. And on Business Live with Darren McCaffrey, more trouble for Thames Water as the firm reveals a 40% spike in sewage spills.
ارجع لي عم شوف يا استاذ. لا 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 انا هاي هو ضيق. انا قلت له ليش ضيقت؟ عم قال لي يا استاذ شلون بدي ضيق؟ بدي اطلع الساحه كلها. ليك شو عم يطلع معي؟ عم يطلع معي مذيع الجزيره.
بس بتظبط
استاذ هن منيح.
انا كنت معطيه شوت بجنن.
هلا لندن
يعني انت ظبطها.
ايه ظبطها. لندن اجوا حكوا ليش فات ضيق؟ ليش ما رجع؟
كده there is a studio, they hired the place and they rented the studio and they set it up for him.
دخلي عمرك اذا هي ما بدك بس يقربها واموره
ايش هي اللي يقربها؟
ليه؟
ايش اللي يقربها؟
يقرب كل الستيج اللي حاطه كله بس يجيبوا هيك. يجيبوا هيك يعني ليك استاذ حمدي ما اجى هيك ما بيخسر ورا وفيه يعلي قاعد فوق بيعليها.
فهمت. خلي المخرج يخلص الموضوع.
دخل عمرك يسعدهم. نحن مع جماعه بروفيشنال عم نحكي.
حبيبي جميع
تسلم لي ياك.
مو شغل هذا.
collect the body. When the bodies are identified, the families can take them away. The dead sometimes placed on the knees of family waiting in their car. It is absolutely chaotic. The people are desperate for news, any news. People struggle to get inside to catch a glimpse of the dead. It is, simply put, desperate stuff.
We began our work last night. From the moment the bodies arrived at the hospital, they were identified, numbered, and photographed for initial identification.
These are specialists at identifying bodies. They're trying to work in the midst of this mayhem.
Well, this is going to be a painstaking process. They're actually from the health ministry, the old regime health ministry. They say they are the health ministry and this is their job now, is to identify people. Now, these people have all been killed in prison. This is a process of trying to find out their identities and link them with the family.
For some, the news they had dreaded hearing. The extended family of Mazin Hamada gathering in grief. Mazin was a prominent, even famous anti-regime activist, who they said had escaped to Germany but was persuaded to return by the Syrian government with an amnesty. But he was arrested, and as they've just been told, he was murdered in captivity.
So you're saying is that this was a conspiracy to bring him back and to kill him?
A gang brought him here. They said they wouldn't do him any harm. It was all lies. They handed him over to the regime.
With so many dead, so many missing, trying to find and identify everyone is going to be a Herculean task. For the families, it's become a full-on preoccupation.
So you've not seen him for 12 years now?
أبداً, no, never. 12 years ولا سمعنا صوته على التليفون. No telephone, no.
And you're trying to find him, yeah?
The detention and murder of anyone even remotely opposed to the Assad regime appears to have been conducted on an industrial scale. It's been known about for years, but this is absolute proof if it was needed. Barely a family is untouched, and it's clear the killing continued to the very end. Hurriedly rushed to a waiting car by his family, Mohammed al-Khatib, they say, was arrested 24 hours before the regime fell. He was one of the last to die. There were hundreds of thousands before him.
And Stuart's report just gives you a sense of just how traumatized this nation is and how much they are yet to deal with as the reality of Assad being removed sinks in. Now to what the rebel leader Abu Mohammed al Jolani told us today in Damascus about the international community having nothing to fear from the opposition takeover of Syria. He was speaking to our international editor Zain Jafar. Just have a listen.
You're talking about a historic day of Syria to all the people here, but what's your message to foreign countries who are worried or concerned about what's happening in Syria at the moment? What's your thoughts on this and what's your message?
Their fears are unnecessary, God willing. The country will be rebuilt. The fear was from the presence of the regime. The country is moving towards development and reconstruction. It's going towards stability. People are exhausted from war. So the country isn't ready for another one, and it's not going to get into another one. The source of our fears was from the Iranian militias, Hezbollah and the regime which committed the massacres we are seeing today. So their removal is the solution for Syria. The current situation won't allow for a return to panic.
And Zain joins me live now. Zain, Jolani has not really spoken to the press much. He's rarely seen. He wasn't really seen before this 10-day takeover. And now everyone seems to be talking about this man who is the rebel leader who led this march. This happened quite sort of randomly as well.
Yeah, it's surreal that we're even saying that the leader of Syria's biggest armed opposition group, the man who's pretty much been confined to his stronghold of Idlib all the way up in the north of the country, is now just walking around central Damascus, visiting the mosque that he used to pray at when he was younger. It was a pretty random interaction. We were driving around the suburbs of Damascus. There are lots of international journalists here. Suddenly we stumbled across this convoy of SUVs, and out he came, Abu Mohammed al Jolani, the leader of Hayat Tahrir al Sham, the group that has pretty much been responsible, with the help of some others, but has primarily been responsible for the ouster of the Assad regime and the Assad family after more than 50 years of rule, visiting a mosque in the suburbs of Damascus with a few, I'd say half a dozen armed guards, and then a trail of maybe a few dozen young men, a couple of young Syrian women who were interacting with him, trying to take selfies. He was answering some questions, he was hugging, he was greeting them. He walked into this mosque, sat down, the local imam or sheikh, who obviously was prepared for his arrival, then introduced him to the congregation, who what I'd say were about 50 or 60 strong, and essentially said that this is our new, not leader, but this is the man who has led us to freedom and liberation after so many years and so many decades in the darkness. What I found interesting, Yalda, was that he kept on being referred to as Ahmed, as Sheikh Ahmed al-Shara. So no longer, it seems, does Abu Mohammed al Jolani want to be referred to by his nom de guerre, by the name that he used for so many years when he was fighting Assad's forces. Now that he feels he's clearly won that battle, or at least the first battle, by removing Bashar al Assad, he now wants to be seen as much more of the politician, much more of the statesman. And he gave a short speech. He talked about the sacrifices that the Syrian people had made. He gave a kind of slightly strange history lesson about how the country had managed to bat away hundreds, if not thousands of years of colonizers, stretching from the Romans to the French and others, and that Syria was for the Syrians, and that no one, and I think he was alluding to Iranian militias, Russia, and other backers of President Assad over the years, was going to stop Syria being in the hands of the Syrian people. He then said very clearly that he was not going to allow for any outside interference in Syrian affairs, and that this was the time to rebuild and to reshape the country. When I asked him, as you heard in that clip, what he made of a lot of the concern, a lot of the fear and trepidation, not just outside of Syria, but also amongst many communities, minority communities here, Christians, Alawites, Shias, Kurds, people who have been historically opposed to these kinds of Islamist leaders and Islamist groups, what he had to say to them to try and reassure them, he said there's nothing to fear. The only groups that we needed to fear were Assad and his supporters, his cronies, that have now been removed. This is a new day for Syria. He's really tried to rebrand himself over the course of the last 7 or 8 years. I mean, we mustn't forget there is a $10 million bounty on his head. The US, the UK, European nations have put his group under the terror watch list as well. It's a prescribed terrorist organization, but they have tried to distance themselves from groups like Al-Qaeda, for example. And as you say, the message that we continue to hear from him is that he wants to build a Syria for all Syrians. What was he like as a figure? Is he charismatic? Were people drawn to him? Did he have a lot of security around him? Yeah, I mean, look, we shouldn't forget, quick glance at his CV. He might not thank me for mentioning this, but former member of Islamic State in Iraq, senior official, was a disciple and an official under Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the man who, threw this whole region and this country and neighboring countries into complete chaos and turmoil with the Islamic State. He then came here, Abu Mohammed al Jolani, in 2013, started up the Syria affiliate of Al-Qaeda, and he maintained that until 2016. He's still seen as a hardline Islamist. He's still seen by many millions of people in Syria and many around the region as a pretty stern, severe Islamist figure, but he is trying to reinvent himself. And he did come across as a very calm, very relaxed figure. This was not the scenes reminiscent. I'm sure many journalists and many people who would be covering the Syrian conflict over the last 10, 15 years will tell you that when you used to come here and senior officials from the Assad regime would make surprise appearances, they would be met by what seemed like quite a performative sort of, circus of people celebrating, chanting, cheering. This was, I would say, no more than 50 or 60 people who came to meet him. It was very low-key. It was very calm. There weren't any grand pronouncements. There weren't any, overarching promises here. It was pretty simple. This is a new opportunity now, a new chance for Syria to change, to break free from the shackles of the destruction, the corruption, the greed of the dictatorship that preceded it. And he seems pretty intent to try and enforce it. I think the question is not about convincing a few dozen people in his former neighborhood mosque. It's convincing millions of Syrians across the country who will be looking on with a lot of anxiety about what exactly his rule and this new dawn in Syria entails for them.
Yeah, absolutely. You do get that sense just driving around Damascus that people are waiting to see what this new chapter looks like. Syrians, the region and the world. Zain, thank you so much for joining us. And we continue to hear sporadic gunfire here. People are still celebrating what they never thought was possible after Sunday's takeover of the rebel group led by Abu Mohammed al Jolani, the man that Zain interviewed today. Now, the Israeli defense minister says he's ordered the military to establish what he called a sterile defense zone in southern Syria. He also said his country's navy destroyed the Syrian fleet in a series of airstrikes yesterday. Well, these pictures show the aftermath of an Israeli strike on the Syrian port of Latakia in the Mediterranean. Syrian naval ships were destroyed in the attack. A series of Israeli airstrikes also hit military targets across Syria, including in the northeast of the country in Qamishli, where Sky News captured these pictures. Just have a look. And Israel has occupied the Golan Heights in the south of Syria since the Six-Day War in 1967. Over the weekend, it expanded its territory, taking the Syrian side of the summit of Mount Hermon in a move Foreign Minister Gideon Saar described as necessary to prevent on October the 7th scenario from Syria. We're just seeing some airstrikes gunfire in the sky at the moment. Now, the Israelis have struck major Syrian air bases housing dozens of helicopters and jets. In Damascus, the Akbar air base was hit. I'm just going to stop us for a second and see if we can just show you what we're looking at right now. Maybe our second camera can capture it. You can hear the gunfire here across Damascus, and we saw some flames over the night sky. Every night it appears that people are celebrating here in Syria, dealing with a change, the sort of change that they never really imagined that they would see here. Today I was out and about speaking to some of the rebel fighters, and they almost seemed dazed, quite shocked by the things that they were seeing. They couldn't believe that they were now a free nation. I was also out in the streets talking to some women who wept and said this is a moment of joy and jubilation, but it's also a moment of pain, coming to terms with what they've gone through, not just in the last 13 or 14 years since the civil war began, but also decades of Assad family rule. So a lot going on here. It's not quite tense, but every now and then we do hear this gunfire. Now, the United Nations Special Envoy for Syria has called Israel's incursion into Syria troubling and appealed for civilians to be protected. Geir Pedersen said the situation is still uncertain, but different armed groups seem to be cooperating. Have a listen.
A very troubling development. We are continuing to see Israeli movements and bombardments into Syrian territory. This needs to stop. This is extremely important.
Well, as I was saying earlier, I've been out and about in Damascus today speaking to some of the people here who tell me that they're finally able to breathe, that they finally feel freedom once again. Just have listened to one woman I was speaking to.
You feel that as if you are in prison, not at work. You feel that you are in prison.
How do you feel now that they're gone?
I can't stop crying of joy. I can't stop crying. 3 days I'm crying.
Do you feel free now?
Yes, yes, I feel free. I can talk. I can go everywhere. I can talk. I can talk. I can't talk. This is the simplest human right. This is the simplest human right that you can talk. Simply, you can talk.
That was 63-year-old Henna, who told me she's an English teacher, and this is the first time in her lifetime that she finally feels and has a sense of freedom. Mark, over to you.
Yeah, Yalda, thank you very much indeed. And I have to say, Yalda, if anything portrays the sheer horror of what has clearly happened during the regime of Assad, it was Stuart Ramsey's pictures of those people looking for the bodies of their loved ones. It was a truly painful watch.
Yeah, absolutely painful, horrifying. I mean, we keep talking about the jubilation. Like I said, I can hear the gunshots coming out of people's balconies and sort of at ground level. We're on top of a roof at the moment. But as you say, Stuart's piece there really captured what these people have gone through. This is an entire nation that is grieving the loss of tens of thousands of people, people who have gone missing, people who have disappeared inside prisons, people who they believed may be alive. And that reality, Mark, is sinking in now because people had hope that perhaps maybe in one of these prisons, in one of these detention facilities, maybe their fathers, their mothers, their sisters, their wives, their sisters were hidden away and maybe one day they find them. And the dark reality of this nation is finally being exposed when they find the bodies of their loved ones and not people that they had hoped would be alive. And we could see those images today. It really is a nation coming to terms with not just 14 years of brutality that we're seeing on our screens now, but decades of this where people lived in fear and had family members. Every single person I spoke to today, Mark, on the side of the street told me that they knew someone, a family member, a loved one who'd either been killed or who had disappeared.
Yeah, the dark reality, as you say, on the screen right there. Yalda, we'll talk to you a little later in the programme. Thanks very much indeed.
up to date on the situation here, not just in Damascus, but across Syria. The Israeli defense minister says he's ordered the military to establish what he's called a sterile defense zone in southern Syria without a permanent Israeli presence. He also said his country's navy destroyed the Syrian fleet on Monday. Qatar has accused Israel of exploiting the situation in Syria and violating its sovereignty. Well, we're joined now by Nadav Ayal, journalist at the Israeli newspaper Yedioth Ahronoth. Thank you very much for joining us here on the program. There is a lot of concern at the moment in Syria and regionally about Israel's maneuvers, some of the airstrikes they're conducting. Can you just give a sense of what Israel is trying to achieve at the moment?
The Israeli government has made a decision to destroy parts of the chemical stockpiles and the research and development abilities of the Syrian army, as well as part of its air force, before the new regime takes hold in Damascus. It's obvious, and indeed the IDF and the Israeli Air Force have been doing that, as well as taking over a specific mountaintop in the Golan Heights on the Syrian side, and also entering the buffer zone. That's a strip of between 500 meters to about a mile in the Syrian Golan Heights. And the argument of the Israeli government is that they're doing so because they want to make sure that those kind of weapons don't fall to the wrong hands, meaning mostly still segments that you see across Syria of fundamentalist Islamist organizations that have a clear agenda against Israel. They're also saying that these are temporary moves, as you said, Yolanda, and that there is no intention of being present in sort of an occupying force within Syria.
So, Nadav, I mean, there are concerns regionally that this is some kind of, could be Israel exploiting the situation, the weakness of Syria at the moment, and it could be some kind of land grab. You're saying that they're just trying to secure certain things so that this particular rebel group and those affiliated to it don't become a problem for Israel later on.
Well, according to the 1974 agreement between Syria and Israel, any groups that are armed, that are not the Syrian army, were not supposed to come near the buffer zone between the countries. And that, of course, didn't happen with the fall of the regime. And that was the reasoning behind of the actions of the IDF there. Now, I don't represent the Israeli government. I'm a journalist just like you. What they are saying is that this is temporary. We know that in the Middle East, temporary solutions or temporary actions tend to become much less than temporary and more present as time goes by. I would also sort of underline things that the Prime Minister has just said just less than an hour ago. He said, we want relations with the new rulers in Damascus. And he warned them that if they continue the relationship that the former regime had with Iran, it's going to be a different story. So I think that this is the way that Israel is actually speaking with the new rulers in Damascus. And as far as I know, and you are in Damascus, you know that better than me, I don't think that Abu Mohammed al Jolani has said anything specifically about Israel until now. And I think Jerusalem is still waiting for that message.
Yeah, I mean, from where you're sitting, and from what it appears here, just talking to some of the rebels in and around the city, and Sky News spoke to Abu Mohammed Jolani today, and he said that, we want a country that is for all Syrians. The focus is more a nationalistic one rather than allowing regional powers to meddle. But we also know that this particular rebel group is quite close to Turkey.
Yes, and of course, Turkey has had a very turbulent relationship with Israel. Israel and Turkey have, of course, diplomatic relations between them for many years, and Erdogan at some point was close to Israel, but then drifted again away with the Gaza war. It's been extremely critical. And Israel knows how to have working relations with Turkey, even if Turkey is extremely critical. It's much more worried about the history of Jolani as the former leader of Jabhat al-Nusra, and a man who himself said in 2021 that he joined the way of the jihad as a result of the Second Intifada and in solidarity with the Palestinians. So the bottom line here is that the defense apparatus in Israel and the government don't want to take any chances. They don't want this new ruler in Damascus taking hold of some of the abilities that the Assad regime has had. And having said that, this is seen basically as good news. The fact that the Assad regime has fallen is seen as a good news for Israel because it's a blow to the axis, the so-called axis of resistance led by Iran.
Do you think that Israel views this as something that they can be cautiously optimistic about, or something that they are worried about and therefore taking some of these measures?
Yeah, I would say, Yolanda, that Israel is cautiously pessimistic about this. And this is a very kind of Middle East approach, cautiously pessimistic. They understand that there are much bigger fish to fry for this new regime in Syria, for this new country, actually. And there are huge challenges for Syria. The question is, what actions will they take? I'll give you an example. Will the new rulers in Damascus simply say, we accept the agreements, the international agreements that were signed by Syria during the Assad regime? And first and foremost, that agreement that ended the Yom Kippur, the 1973 war in the Middle East between Israel and Syria. If they accept that, I don't see how Israel can maintain a position of entering the buffer zone or entering Syria. Also there were some reports, I think even in Syrian press, of tanks sort of making their way to Damascus, 20 kilometers from Damascus. So Israel is formally denying these reports and saying that it's only in that specific strip of buffer zone. But again, if this new government in Damascus would say, we accept these agreements, which are not peace agreements, right? These are ceasefire agreements. I don't see how Israel can maintain for long this position. I should also say that right now it's not condemned, not by the UK. We just saw, I think, the UK Foreign Secretary talk in Parliament about that, or France, or the United States. And Jake Sullivan is making his way right now to Israel, and that's going to be discussed too.
Yeah. Yeah, Nadav Ayal, really fascinating talking to you. Thank you very much for joining us here on the program. Well, Mark, as you've been hearing, different regional powers interfering and meddling and conducting their own strikes. For now, we'll have to wait and see how this new interim government here in Syria evolves. Back to you in the studio, Mark.
It's difficult days and difficult weeks ahead for Syria. Yalda, for now, thanks very much indeed. Now.
Good evening from the Syrian capital, Damascus. I'm Yalda Hakim. Throughout the half-century of Assad family rule here, their iron grip on power became synonymous with allegations of abuse, torture and disappearances. Now, days after Bashar al Assad was forced from his presidency, people are searching for loved ones lost during those years of dictatorship. They hope to find them alive, but many are left with only remains for a long-awaited burial or no trace at all. We begin with this report from our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, and a warning: it contains potentially distressing images of body bags.
From the gloomy interior of a morgue's refrigeration room, a body is wheeled on a gurney towards the examination area. They're trying to identify who the dead man is. All they know is that he has been murdered. The dead here are all victims of Bashar al Assad's regime. Across Damascus, there's a desperate search for the missing. There's no authority. So distraught family members are searching the morgues themselves. They open body bags to take pictures of the victims, trying to work out if they are relatives. Beside them, the refrigerator door has been opened. Stacked inside, over 30 people. Assigned a number. The identity mark of the unclaimed dead. The unknown victims. Nearby, they open refrigerated lockers looking for bodies, praying they would at least find who they have lost, often for over a decade. And perhaps for them, final closure at last.
The people, this is happening all over the city. They're coming to morgues where they know people who have been tortured to death. Their bodies have been found here and identified. Some have only seen their loved ones on social media. They've seen the pictures, so they're coming here to see if they can collect the body.
When the bodies are identified, the families can take them away. The dead sometimes placed on the knees of family waiting in their car. It is absolutely chaotic. The people are desperate for news, any news. People struggle to get inside to catch a glimpse of the dead. It is, simply put, desperate stuff.
We began our work last night. From the moment the bodies arrived at the hospital, they were identified, numbered, and photographed for initial identification.
These are specialists at identifying bodies. They're trying to work in the midst of this mayhem.
So this is going to be a painstaking process. They're actually from the health ministry, the old regime health ministry. They say they are the health ministry and this is their job now, is to identify people. Now, these people have all been killed in prison. This is a process of trying to find out their identities and link them with the family.
For some, the news they had dreaded hearing. The extended family of Mazin Hamada gathering in grief. Mazin was a prominent, even famous anti-regime activist, who they said had escaped to Germany but was persuaded to return by the Syrian government with an amnesty. But he was arrested, and as they've just been told, he was murdered in captivity.
So you're saying is that this was a conspiracy to bring him back and to kill him?
A gang brought him here. They said they wouldn't do him any harm. It was all lies. They handed him over to the regime.
With so many dead, so many missing, trying to find and identify everyone is going to be a Herculean task. For the families, it's become a full-on preoccupation.
So you've not seen him for 12 years now?
أبداً, no, never. 12 years ولا سمعنا صوته على التليفون. No telephone, no.
And you're trying to find him, yeah?
The detention and murder of anyone even remotely opposed to the Assad regime appears to have been conducted on an industrial scale. It's been known about for years, but this is absolute proof if it was needed. Barely a family is untouched, and it's clear the killing continued to the very end. Hurriedly rushed to a waiting car by his family, Mohammed al Jolani, they say, was arrested 24 hours before the regime fell. He was one of the last to die. There were hundreds of thousands before him.
And Stuart joins me here live in Damascus. Stuart, powerful stuff, but also the horror of this nation laid bare almost. After days of jubilation, we can see the reality of what they're dealing with now.
Yeah, and it's an interesting process. So you have all these families who have missing family members trying to work out where they may be. Quite often they knew where they were being held, but they don't know where their bodies may be, or whether they've been released and they just haven't found them yet. And so, as far as we can tell from the process, is that at various detention centres and prisons where bodies are found, they're brought to holding areas, usually in hospitals, obviously in the morgues, where then the identification process gets underway. They then put out pictures of mutilated bodies on social media, and people try to say, that looks like my husband, my brother. There are women, by the way. It's not all men, but the predominance is men. And then they're encouraged to come down, and they put in their names, and the identification process continues, and then they're allowed to take the bodies away. But for many of them, it's just a case of going around and watching social media and literally going from prison to prison or from hospital to hospital and saying, have you got this person? And of course, it's quite difficult for the authorities here, and I'm going to say the authorities, the experts who are doing this out, and the authorities have almost disappeared, of course. But it's very difficult for them to say, we don't know if this person is yours, so they have to do it by visual recognition, and often they can't.
You know, it's what you said in your piece there, that for years we've known this sort of stuff went on. Yeah. We'd heard about it. It had been documented by human rights groups and those who'd managed to flee and get away, and family members had talked about this. But it's seeing it and smelling it and being in that space for those family members and for you covering it is, I guess, hard to really capture.
Yeah, it's difficult inside there because you have a huge amount of emotion. So it's upsetting to watch it. There's a lot of dead bodies. Now, they have been refrigerated, but those refrigerators aren't fantastic, and they're probably on and off all the time. So it's the sort of stench of death, to coin the phrase. It's quite unpleasant, and it's difficult for those guys doing the identification to work in that environment anyway. And then every now and again there's a rush and the families come in and it turns to chaos. So it's emotional time for everyone. The thing is, it could go on for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for all of your reporting from Syria, Stuart. Well, as Stuart was saying, this could go on for an extremely long time. We're only 72 hours after this city, this country, was liberated and freed from the brutality of the Assad regime. And we're only just at the tip of the iceberg. Well, now to what the rebel leader, Abu Mohammed al Jolani, told us today in Damascus about the international community having nothing to fear from the opposition takeover of Syria. He was speaking to our international editor, Zain Jafar. Just have a listen to what he had to say.
You're talking about a historic day of Syria to all the people here, but what's your message to foreign countries who are worried or concerned about what's happening in Syria at the moment? What's your thoughts on this, and what's your message?
Their fears are unnecessary, God willing. The country will be rebuilt. The fear was from the presence of the regime. The country is moving towards development and reconstruction. It's going towards stability. People are exhausted from war. So the country isn't ready for another one, and it's not going to get into another one. The source of our fears was from the Iranian militias, Hezbollah, and the regime which committed the massacres we are seeing today. So their removal is the solution for Syria. The current situation won't allow for a return to panic.
That was Abu Mohammed al Jolani speaking to our Zain Jafar. And Zain joins me now. Zain, quite extraordinary, actually, because for many years, not many people knew who Abu Mohammed al Jolani was. And now he is the man that the entire world is talking about. You managed to stand with him, talk with him, go to his sermon. And it all happened almost randomly here in Damascus.
pretty surreal, pretty random as well. I mean, this is a guy who, if we had discussed a couple of days ago, just 3 days ago, you were talking about 72 hours of upheaval and turmoil in Syria. The idea that the leader of the biggest armed opposition group in Syria, who's been confined to the far north of the country in his stronghold in Idlib for the last 6 or 7 years, would be walking around Damascus, visiting a mosque where he used to pray at when he was younger, it just wouldn't believe it. And the fact is, that's the reality, the new reality that we're facing here in Syria ever since his forces of Hayat Tahrir al Sham, HTS, swept across the country in just under 2 weeks and essentially deposed President Assad and removed him after more than 50 years of his family's control of Syria. We were driving around the suburbs of Damascus, Yalda. We drove past a convoy of several SUVs when suddenly Mohammed al Jolani popped out, started waving to a crowd of a few dozen people who were gathering around the mosque. He went into that mosque where he was led in by local sheikhs and imams, sat down to an audience of perhaps just a few dozen people, and basically started to talk to them about the events of the last few days, the events of the last few weeks, and also importantly, what he sees as the future of Syria. Because that is a question that many, many millions of people here and many hundreds of millions around the world, around the region, will be asking. This is an unprecedented moment for Syria. We have never seen in our lifetime, in most lifetimes, the country run by anyone other than an Assad. And now this man, Mohammed al Jolani, is essentially in control, but he's facing a huge number of challenges. I'll tell you what I found interesting. We keep on referring to him as Mohammed al Jolani. That's not what the Sheikh introduced him as. They introduced him as Ahmed al-Shara, Sheikh Ahmed al-Shara, which is his passport name, his birth name. And that's the first time I've heard him introduced as such in public. Clearly, he is trying to move away from this rebel fighting leader and try and become the statesman, the politician, the man who is up to the challenge of uniting Syria, which is a patchwork of different religious groups and ethnicities and different sects, many of whom, not just the few dozen that were very happy to hear him talk today in his mosque, but many of whom around the country, like Christian minorities, Kurds, and Shias and Alawites, will be very worried about what a pretty hardline Islamist leader means for their futures.
Yeah, Zain, well, it's pretty rare to see him, to speak to him. You've managed to do that today. Well done for your reporting. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us a sense of who Mohammed al Jolani is. Well, the Israeli defense minister says he's ordered the military to establish what he called a sterile defense zone in southern Syria. He also said his country's navy destroyed the Syrian fleet in a series of airstrikes just yesterday. These pictures show the aftermath of an Israeli strike on the Syrian port of Latakia in the Mediterranean. Syrian naval ships were destroyed in the attack. Well, a series of Israeli airstrikes also hit military targets across Syria, including in the northeast of the country in Qamishli, where Sky News captured these pictures that you're seeing on your screen right now. Israel has occupied the Golan Heights in the south of Syria since the Six-Day War in 1967. Over the weekend, it expanded its territory, taking the Syrian side of the summit of Mount Hermon in a move Foreign Minister Gideon Saar described as necessary to prevent an October the 7th scenario from Syria. Well, the Israelis have struck major Syrian air bases, housing dozens of helicopters and jets. In Damascus, the Aqaba air base was hit, as well as a center for electronic warfare near the Sayyida Zainab area of the capital, and the Baza Scientific Research Center, which has been linked to chemical weapons production. Well, the Shinsha base near the city of Homs was also targeted. And in the northeast of the country, the Qamishli air base was struck as well, as shown in those pictures you have just seen captured by our cameras there. The United Nations Special Envoy for Syria has called Israel's incursion into Syria troubling and appealed for civilians to be protected. Geir Pedersen said the situation is still uncertain, but different armed groups seem to be cooperating. Have a listen.
A very troubling development. We are continuing to see Israeli movements and bombardments into Syrian territory. This needs to stop. This is extremely important.
Well, that was the UN Syria envoy. Let's go straight to our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who joins me now from Jerusalem. Ali, I mean, if we think back to October 7th last year, you know, to think that moment has reshaped the way that the Middle East is looking at the moment. And even in the last 24 hours or so, Israel has been incredibly active, launching a series of airstrikes and moving at times past that Golan Heights and the buffer zone that's been created.
Yeah, I think because it has been a year, more than a year, of very intense conflict in this part of the world, whether it be in Gaza, October the 7th itself, of course, or in Lebanon, it's easy almost to overlook, or not overlook, but to maybe even underestimate or underplay what Israel is currently doing in Syria. But it's a major, major operation that's sort of taking two forms. And you've got this bombing campaign over the last few days where they've carried out, they won't say exactly how many, but certainly hundreds of airstrikes against predominantly Syrian military targets, but also Iranian facilities in Syria as well, even taking out part, if not all, of the Syrian naval fleet. And that in and of itself, at any other time, in any other context, would be a huge thing. And then the Israelis have pushed their forces into the buffer zone between Israel and Syria, going beyond that at times. I don't think, these claims this morning that they were getting close, tanks were getting close to Damascus, they've been hotly denied by the IDF, and I don't think there actually is any evidence to prove that to be accurate. But they've got troops in the buffer zone in sort of Syrian territory itself. Now, I mean, the Israelis are doing it because they have this window of opportunity where there is a power vacuum in Syria. They are genuinely worried that some of the weapons in Syria, like chemical weapons, like long-range missiles, for example, could fall into the hands of Islamist groups, terror groups. I mean, you've got remnants of ISIS still in Syria, or, they don't know the direction, like none of us do, that the new administration, the new government, however it's formed in Syria, will take. So they're using this moment of opportunity. And when Israel Katz, the Israeli defense minister, talks about, as he has tonight, about sort of creating this sterile zone between the two countries, I don't exactly know what he means by that. But what I would say is that the buffer zone is demilitarized, but it's not deoccupied. There are some Syrian towns and villages within it. And although it's been pretty stable, that border, for many decades, I think what they want to try and avoid, the Israelis, is they're worried that you'll get kind of insurgent groups, coalescing in these areas. And they want to make sure that basically there are no weapons, that it is demilitarized. I think that's what they mean. They say they don't intend to stay there for the long term. But tonight, Benjamin Netanyahu, having finished his first day in court, has delivered a message to the new Syrian regime, which is both sort of a warning and, in some respects, an offer.
We have no intention of interfering in the internal affairs of Syria, but we clearly intend to do what is necessary to ensure our security. We want relations with the new regime in Syria, but if this regime allows Iran to re-establish itself in Syria, or allows the transfer of Iranian weapons or any other weapons to Hezbollah, or attacks us, we will respond forcefully, and we will exact a heavy price from him.
So we don't know how long this Israeli military operation is going to go on for. As I said, I think there is this kind of window of opportunity that they see to be able to carry out airstrikes, to really sort of remove a lot of the old Syrian military hardware from the battlefield, if you like. And they will do that for as long as they feel they can probably get away with it. But at some point, I suspect, the new Syrian government, the new leadership in Damascus will have something to say about it and be like, enough. You cannot keep bombing our country. And at the moment, though, they've certainly got the support, Israel, of the British and the Americans, who both said separately that they understand Israel's concerns.
Ali, thank you so much for bringing us up to date there from Jerusalem. And as Ali was saying, regional powers continue to conduct their own operations over the skies of Syria as this new rebel group moves to create some kind of interim government so that they can get to a new chapter in Syria. And Israel is certainly warning this rebel group that they want to ensure that they don't do anything that is against Israel's interests, and that if they do comply with that, then they too will leave the rebel groups alone. Well, I've been out and about here in Damascus throughout the day, speaking to people, hearing about their jubilation, the celebrations, but also the raw pain that they have been feeling. Just have a listen to one woman that I've been speaking to.
You feel that as if you are in prison, not at work. You feel that you are in prison.
How do you feel now that they're gone?
I can't stop crying of joy. I can't stop crying. 3 days I'm crying.
Do you feel free now?
Yes, I feel free. I can talk. I can go everywhere. I can talk. I can't talk. This is the simplest human right. This is the simplest human right, that you can talk. Simply, you can talk.
That was 63-year-old Hannah speaking to me on the streets of Damascus. So many people approaching me today wanting to tell me their stories, and every single person I spoke to told me that they had either had a family member who had been killed or had disappeared or had been imprisoned. This is a nation that is deeply traumatized, and while they move from jubilation and celebration after the rebel takeover, they're also coming to terms with the realities of the pain that they all have to come to terms with, not just from the last 14 years of Bashar al Assad's brutality and crackdown and the civil war that was taking place here in this country, but decades of Assad family rule. Mark.
It's interesting, Yalda, because there's these mixed emotions from your little piece there. There is this joy. We saw in Stuart Ramsey's piece a nation starting to deal with this awful trauma. And then you've got these various groups, these factions, who are grappling with somehow trying to find, politically a way forward.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? And you and I have reported from this region. We've covered other places that go from a revolution to, an insurgency trying to move towards governance. I certainly see this situation. It reminds me of Afghanistan, where the Taliban were an insurgency for 2 decades, and then they were suddenly the governing force and the governing power. So that sort of transition is often quite difficult, and it does feel very much so like on the streets of Damascus right now, it's unclear who is controlling which rebel group and which rebel faction. I'm certainly being told by Stuart and some of our other teams here on the ground that just in the last 24 hours, things have started to shift. It does feel like in the nighttime, things are starting to get a little bit more menacing. That's the jubilation that we see during the day, people getting out and about, coming to terms with a free Damascus, a free Syria. At night, there are these makeshift checkpoints that are created all over the city. It's unclear who these groups are aligned to and who is actually leading them. So this rebel group, Abu Mohammed al Jolani that you saw there, Zain interviewing him, these leaders need to move very quickly if they want to ensure that they maintain security and law and order. Right now, there is a peaceful situation. But as we know from covering these situations in the past, these things can move and shift very quickly, Mark.
Yeah, they can. And it'll be interesting to see how things develop in the coming days and weeks. Yalda, thanks very much indeed. Now, here, a court has heard a teenager was arrested with blood on his thumb shortly after allegedly fatally stabbing 15-year-old Elan and Dam in a dispute over a teddy bear. Elan was killed on her way to school in Croydon in South London last year. Hassan Sentamu, who's now 18, has admitted manslaughter but pleaded not guilty to her murder. Sky's Ashna Huranag has more.
The jury today have been hearing pre-recorded video evidence from one of Elan and Dam's friends. She, crucially, was Hassan Sentamu's, the defendant in this case, his ex-girlfriend, and was the reason the two knew each other. She was asked today, or asked by police and shown to the jury today to recount the events of the 27th of September. She said there was something about Sentamu's behaviour which she described as being off. She said, I knew he was getting angry, and she kept saying that he kept saying, I don't want to hurt you, and it felt like a warning. She said to police, I thought he had something on him because watching TV shows and stuff, like, for example, Top Boy, whenever someone's about to get killed, they always have on specifically black gloves. I've never seen him wear black gloves. It's not cold outside. When she was asked about the attack itself, she saw, she says, Sentamu leaning over Elian. She described he then lifted up his hoodie quick, pulled out something, and I saw a big knife. I just saw Elian on the floor, like backing up on the floor with her hand out like this, basically saying, stop, stop, stop. And I'm pretty sure I saw him bend and like try to...